Right, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock and the examination is opened, and it's time for me to open the hearing sessions for the examination into the Harrow local plan. My name is Krista Masters, an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Harrow local plan. I shall refer to the document as the plan as we proceed through the hearing sessions. Most people will have spoken to Louise St John Howe, the programme officer for the examination dealing with administrative matters. She's acting as an independent programme officer during the hearings and is your first point of contact should you have any queries about the procedure for the hearing sessions or the examination in general. You should also contact her if you wish to see any of the relevant documents relative to the examination, which are all available on the Council's web page, and she will be based here for the duration of the hearing sessions. Can I just confirm that everybody's mobiles are please switched off or turned to silent, please? I understand the Council are live streaming the event, is that correct? Yeah. I haven't been made aware of any fire alarms or tests that are due to be undertaken, no, from the Council. Is anybody here from the press? No. Okay, thank you. And I'll just run through the PA system. I think it's quite self-explanatory, but for any participants and the Council, it's just the button on the right-hand side, which should go red when you do wish to speak. So just a bit about my role in terms of the examination. My role is to conduct the examination to determine whether the submitted plan satisfies the relevant legal and procedural requirements under the 2004 Act and associated regulations, whether the Council has complied with the duty to cooperate and whether it is sound. To be sound, the plan must be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. And the starting point for the examination is that the Council has submitted what they consider to be a sound plan. I accept the Council has met the legal duty to cooperate, however that is different from the duty to cooperate as set out within the framework, and this will be subject to ongoing testing throughout the examination hearing sessions. The guidance notes that I issued prior to the hearings explain more about the procedure that will be followed, and I have identified a number of matters and issues and questions to be investigated, taking into account representations made on the plan as submitted. The hearing sessions which start today will proceed over the coming weeks, and we will be based in this building, and as I say, based on the matters and issues and questions already identified. The National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 35, makes it clear that in order to be sound, a local plan should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. And it's important to emphasise that I'm not here to improve the plan, so any recommendations that I do make in terms of soundness have to be based on solving issues of soundness to do with the plan. The revised National Planning Policy Framework was published in December last year, and it includes some transitional arrangements at paragraph 234, whereby, for the purpose of examining this plan, the policies in the 2023 framework will apply. I note that the Council has already proposed some modifications which they are suggesting are main modifications to the plan. I have a copy of that document, and can I ask the Council keep a running schedule of any changes that we may or may not discuss or anybody has an objection to as we proceed through the hearing session. I will also keep a record. And secondly to that, the Council should keep a running list of action points which they may be made aware of as we proceed through the examination. And I think it's useful if we summarise those at the end of each matter. So again, emphasis there for the Council, please, to do that. So a timetable for the hearing sessions has been produced along with a list of those participating. The sessions are open to the public to observe, but only participants around the table who are seeking a change to the plan are able to speak. Following the close of the hearing sessions, I will prepare a report to the Council, and the timetable for the production of that report will need to take into account the potential for any further need for additional work or further consultation on modifications. Morning sessions will normally start at 9:30 or 10, and we will set those out at the end of today. And afternoon sessions start at 2 o'clock. I understood prior to attending today that the afternoon sessions had to finish at 4:30, but apparently that's subsequently changed. So we might try and take that on board as we get into next week. There will be short mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, and I must stress that all participants should be seated and ready to begin the session at the allocated time, and they should return promptly from breaks. So in terms of the format of the hearing sessions, they will be a relaxed and informal discussion focusing on the particular matter being considered. I will not be going through every MIQ question that I've raised if I'm satisfied with the council's response that they've already provided. But if you want to raise as a participant any particular issue which I haven't covered, then please do just lift your nameplate onto its side and I will bring you into the discussion at an appropriate time. I will be asking a series of questions of the council and then others can contribute as appropriate. Everyone will be given an adequate opportunity to speak if they wish to do so. And I will ensure that everybody is able to contribute and make their case. So after these initial announcements, I will give the council an opportunity, firstly, to present who is appearing on behalf of the council, and then secondly, make an opening statement, should they wish to do so, giving an introduction to the plan, and then we will proceed straight to matter one, dealing with legal and procedural requirements. Then I will come to you as third parties, so we'll allow the council their introduction in the first instance. So I hope that makes sense to everybody and everybody can hear me correctly. So over to the council if they would like to do so.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am Councillor Marilyn Ashton, Deputy Leader of the Council and Portfolio Holder for Planning and Regeneration, Chair of the Planning Committee and Chair of the Planning Policy Advisory Panel. On behalf of the London Borough of Harrow, I am pleased to welcome you to Harrow Arts Centre and the award-winning Green Hill Studios for the independent examination of our local plan. We especially extend a warm welcome to Inspector Krista Masters, who has been appointed by the Secretary of State to undertake the examination in public. Additionally, we would like to thank Louise St John Howe for her management of the examination process so far. Progressing a new local plan for Harrow has been a priority for the administration since we came to power in May 2022. Its preparation is a flagship action in our corporate plan. This is because we see it as being critical to shaping the future of our borough and responding to the challenges and pressures facing Harrow and London. It is a key delivery mechanism for many actions within the corporate plan. We have progressed the preparation of the plan effectively and with commitment. We submitted the plan in February 2025, broadly reflecting the timeframes we set ourselves when we started preparing the plan in late 2022. We have worked closely with residents, businesses and partners throughout the preparation of the draft plan. There has been a significant engagement process, particularly from our residents. Furthermore, there has been considerable input from senior members of the administration, as well as at public cross-party planning and policy advisory panel meetings. Finally, there has been much hard work by our officers across the council, planning and building control, and our consultants. We thank all those who have been involved in the process to date and for participating in the examination. Challenges and opportunities. To introduce the plan I'd like to provide some context. As an outer London borough, Harrow has a rich character of historic villages, large expanses of open space and green belt, vibrant metropolitan and town centres, and a strong suburban character. The borough is also one of the most ethnically and religiously diverse boroughs in the country. It is this character that the council wishes to protect whilst responding to the challenges facing the borough and London generally. Such challenges include population growth and an acute shortage of housing that is affordable to our residents, changes in the economy and the need to retain employment land, the climate and ecological emergency, and pressures on infrastructure. An up-to-date local plan is considered essential to do this. Additionally, the council's current local plan was adopted in 2012, and I think all here would acknowledge that much has changed in that time. London's population continues to grow, and housing affordability has become more acute. The COVID-19 pandemic had a profound impact on society, the economy and infrastructure, and has accelerated many emerging trends, such as greater use of online retailing. The policy context has also significantly changed since the current plan was adopted. The National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, has established itself as the government's primary planning policies for England. It has been subject to several revisions over the past decade. Similarly, at a regional level, there have been several alterations to the London plan. An entirely new plan was published in 2021. The housing target for Harrow has more than doubled from 350 homes per year to 802 homes per year since 2012. Harrow has risen to these challenges. For example, we have passed every housing delivery test since it was introduced in 2018. Vacancy rates in our town centres remain comparatively low. Our schools continue to perform strongly compared to national averages, and where there are pressures on school places, we have secured sites to address this. We are proactively investing in our parks, as recognised by an increased number of parks with green flag status. The new local plan represents an opportunity to respond to the challenges facing Harrow and London, and sets the framework for the continued positive delivery of housing, economic activity, and infrastructure for the borough. The new plan also matters because it allows the council to be positive and proactive. Sorry, my phone rang. The new local plan represents an opportunity to respond to the challenges facing Harrow and London and sets the framework for continued positive delivery of housing, economic activity, infrastructure. The new plan also matters because it allows the council to be positive and proactive in managing change. Vision. In setting the vision for the borough over the next 15 years, the plan recognises that new development will be needed over the coming years to meet the needs of Harrow's residents and businesses and to play a part in meeting London's wider needs. The plan seeks to direct much of that development to the most sustainable locations in the borough. There are the Harrow and Willstone Opportunity Area and borough's other town centres. The plan also promotes development of an appropriate density brownfield land in the vicinity of town centres and railway stations. It is essentially about ensuring the right development happens in the right place and respects the character of the borough through a design-led approach to development. The plan also helps us respond to the climate emergency through measures such as ensuring new developments are energy efficient and carbon neutral, and facilitating the shift towards sustainable transport and electric vehicles. It also helps to deliver improved rates of biodiversity through the protection and enhancement of green spaces. Through close and ongoing collaboration with infrastructure providers, the plan gives clarity to where new development will occur in the borough and facilitate the timely provision of infrastructure. Soundness of the plan. This local plan has been developed in strict accordance with National Planning Policy Framework 2023. It has undergone rigorous consultation, evidence gathering, analysis and legal review. It is positively prepared, justified, effective, viable, deliverable and consistent with national policy. Furthermore, the plan has been prepared to be in general conformity with the London Plan, and the Mayor has advised that, in his opinion, the plan is in general conformity. The plan was submitted to the Secretary of State in February 2025, reflecting the timeframes we set ourselves in early 2023. The plan therefore meets the transitional arrangements under the 2024 version of the NPPF, meaning it is to be examined under a previous 2023 version of the framework. Similarly, the Mayor is in the process of preparing a new London plan, and we are actively engaging in that process. The new London plan is in its infancy, and the current plan remains what the Harrow local plan must be in general conformity with. Additionally, all statutory procedures and legislation, including for public consultation, have been adhered to. Closing. To conclude, Inspector Masters, the Council considers that this local plan provides a sound and positive strategy for achieving sustainable development in the borough. It meets the needs of residents and businesses whilst protecting the character and environment of the borough. Since the Reg 19 consultation, the Council has produced a schedule for our initial suggested modifications and a series of statements of common ground signed with duty to cooperate bodies. To clarify, these are intended to be helpful and in response to the representatives' comments at Reg 19 and those of consultees. These are intended to assist the inspector in the examination process. Further to that, you have identified those matters you consider require close scrutiny through these hearing sessions and engaging with representatives. The Council welcomes the opportunity to actively engage in positive discussions with you and participants. I confirm that the Council has formally asked you to recommend main modifications to the plan where necessary to make the plan sound and legally compliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if the Council could then introduce themselves in terms of matter one, which is legal compliance and the duty to cooperate, and then the third parties. And if you could also highlight who will be leading the discussion, please, on behalf of the Council for matter one.
Thank you. If we could just go around the table, because everyone here is going to have potential input.
Thank you. My name is Viv Evans. I'm the Chief Planning Officer for the London Borough of Harrow.
I've already introduced myself.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm David Hughes, Head of Planning Policy at Harrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Callum Sayers, Principal Planning Policy Officer.
And for this session, it's going to mainly be Mr. Sayers over there, and Mr. Hughes, and potentially Mr. Cole on consultation. Where's Mr. Cole? You're sitting over there.
Okay, to avoid any musical chairs when we start, does Mr. Cole want to get a seat at the table now?
I think Mr. Cole should, because
Yeah.
he will potentially be assisting on the consultation element.
Okay. So whilst Mr. Cole does that, Mr. James, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning. I'm Howell James for Nexus Planning, representing Taylor Wimpey, who have land interests within the borough.
Hi, I'm Irene Rusike. I'm a local resident and I've responded to the local plan.
Yeah, so pronounce your surname, it's Risky.
Rusike, just as it's
Rusike.
spelled, yeah.
Okay, has anybody got any questions about the format of this morning's session? Or how it will be run? No, okay. So in that case then we will proceed. Just so for everybody else's benefit, if you're referring to a document, please give the full reference number from the examination webpage. I will be looking at documents from there as we proceed through the hearing session, so please bear that in mind in terms of timings, but yeah, it's helpful if you give the reference number as you're referring to it. So, duty to cooperate. So, I've set out there in terms of what the main issue here is whether the duty to cooperate DTC has been satisfied and whether the plan has been prepared with reference to the relevant procedures and regulations. Now, this is a fundamental matter for the examination because if there is any concern that the council haven't met the legal duty to cooperate, then that is something that cannot be rectified once the plan is submitted for examination. So a particularly fundamental part to bottom out at the first session. So I'm going to be taking the council through paragraphs 1.1 to 1.8 of the MIQ questions as identified. So in the first instance, the council just want to summarise to me the main approach that they've taken in terms of the DTC since they commenced the plan preparation. Just a brief summary would be helpful.
Thank you, Ma'am. The Council's position, as it has carried out duty to cooperate with all the relevant parties in accordance with the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act, the duty to cooperate undertaken by the Council is set out in the duty to cooperate statement, which is CDS 04, and there's a list of statements of common ground which are listed also to set out the conversations and discussions that have been held with the duty to cooperate partners that have been identified by the Council. The Council's position is these documents set out that the Council is engaged actively on an ongoing basis with the duty to cooperate partners, which has been helpful and constructive in shaping the new local plan.
Apologies. Having read the evidence that you've submitted, I then raised a number of questions in the MIQs in terms of 1.1. So I asked specific questions about the West London Alliance and the quarterly meetings and requested the minutes of those meetings. Is there any reason why you haven't provided those minutes? You've provided a response at 1.1.1 to 1.1.3 setting out what those meetings have entailed, but I'm trying to understand why you haven't provided the minutes, because you've said that agendas are issued and minutes circulated.
Sorry, ma'am, that would appear to be an omission of us in terms of we've provided the minutes as requested for the other outside London boroughs, but we can provide you with the West London minutes.
Okay, so when can you provide those?
We can provide those within, certainly in the next few days.
In the next few days, okay. Well, we'll come back to that in terms of whether we need to then have an additional session on duty to cooperate, but it specifically did say at the introduction on the duty to cooperate, please could you provide the minutes to the meetings referred to as follows. So I'll just say that if you weren't clear as to what you were being requested to provide, you could have clarified that with the programme officer. But talk me through, I will request those minutes, but talk me through because it's obviously a key part of the consultation with your neighbouring authorities that you've undertaken. So talk me through what you've set out there at 1.1 to 1.3 in terms of what those meetings entail.
Thank you, ma'am. In relation to the West London Alliance, obviously it sets out that these are quarterly meetings with an agenda circulated beforehand, which seeks to capture any changes that are happening in the policy landscape, and discussions around those matters are raised, both at national and regional level. It seeks to look at sub-regional matters, what work could be at a sub-regional level that the West London Alliance can work collectively together to produce evidence base that would benefit all of the local authorities that form the West London Alliance. And there's ongoing discussion in terms of where each of the boroughs are with their evidence-based gathering, local plan or any other planning documents that they're seeking to progress. So it's an information sharing forum, helping to understand each other's workloads and what's been sought to be progressed in the light of the planning context that we're working within. In terms of question 1.2, with the Three Rivers District Council.
No, sorry, I haven't moved on to 1.2 yet. So what is from these, because obviously I haven't had the benefit of the minutes, what are the principal issues to do with duty to cooperate? So what do you think? I know you've listed a typical agenda there. In terms of Harrow, what are the fundamental issues that have been discussed at those meetings in terms of cross-boundary issues?
It would be dependent on the piece of work that we were maybe looking to progress. So, as an example, we have the stage 1 and stage 2 strategic flood risk assessment, which is obviously across borough, across more than 2 to 3 boundaries. So that's a piece of work that would be discussed as to is that a useful piece of work to progress at a sub-regional level. If yes, then in this case it was, that can be progressed collectively to ensure that it's a robust piece of evidence base that will profit all local plans in the West London Alliance catchment. And that would range across any of those those strategic matters where a borough, depending on where a borough is in its local plan progression.
So strategic flood risk assessment, you'd say, is one of the fundamental issues, would you?
It is a strategic issue to be addressed. There obviously are further ones that are relevant as well, but that is an example.
That's an example, okay. Okay, we might park the West London Strategic Alliance then, but if you could clarify this morning, please, the minutes that you have, so the dates of those meetings and the minutes that you have available, and then we'll agree something with the additional third parties who are here if they want to raise anything as to whether we have to revisit that this afternoon as well. Do you have any questions, Mr. I think it's only you, Mr. James, on the West London Alliance? I appreciate you haven't seen
not
the minutes
necessarily on
either.
that, Mum. I think it'd be useful to see the minutes when they're published and discuss that at a later stage, but not in that topic.
But I appreciate you've raised concerns about potential engagement with neighbouring authorities. Yeah,
correct. I think our concerns are more to do with the Outer London authorities. Yeah. So I'm sure you're going to come on to that.
We're going to come on to that. Okay. Okay, so if you can try and clarify that, Mr. Hughes, this morning, and we'll return to that. So then moving on to 1.2 then, this was to do with so you've set out there the engagement that you've undertaken with the neighbouring outer London boroughs that aren't within London, so Three Rivers, etc. And you've provided the notes of the minutes of those meetings provided as an appendix. And you say that in terms of the Hillingdon Statement of Common Ground, that was just administrative as to why that wasn't a signed copy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So are there any outstanding concerns with so the neighbouring authorities that aren't London boroughs, so the likes of Hartsmere, Three Rivers, etc., in terms of the statements of common ground that have been produced? Are there any outstanding matters? I know we're going to come on to the issue of burial space.
There's no other outstanding matters
No
with the Outer London boroughs.
Are there any matters that those authorities have asked you to address in terms of duty to cooperate, either in terms of housing need or economic need?
Not as part of the statements of common ground. They haven't.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Not as...
There's no matters in terms of the statement of common grounds that are outstanding in terms of what need they would want or seek the council to assist with.
Mr James, do you want to raise any particular points?
I won't say too much, Mum, because you've got our statements on this point,
Yeah.
but I think just to reiterate really the gap in discussions is something that we have raised in terms of the process that the council's gone through with Three Rivers in particular. Between the Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages of the plan making process, which are probably the key stages really in terms of forming a plan for submission, there were very little discussions, and particularly from, well, I think the council has updated in terms of the last meeting, which was, I think, due in July of 2024. There's then a significant gap between there and then the plan being prepared for Regulation 19 in November of 2024. And there is a particularly key moment in that process where the new MPPF was published in draft for consultation. Now, I know that was only draft, but that had significant implications on Three Rivers, potentially on this council as well, in terms of housing numbers. And it seems as though there weren't any discussions held during that time. I think that the council's evidence in its statement in terms of that appendix is useful in terms of those minutes, in terms of matters that have been asked of this council from Three Rivers in particular in terms of housing needs, probably to answer a point you put to the council earlier. But yeah, I think our key concern is that gap in discussions.
Okay, and the relevance of the, obviously this plan being examined under the 2023 framework, and the relevance of the new framework as is now, but it being produced in consultation form during that time period. What do you think the relevance of that is?
It's not relevant in terms of this specific plan, but it's very relevant for Three Rivers, who will be examined under the new MPPF and the new housing numbers as published last year, which, as we've shown in our statement, there was a significant change shown in July. Under the consultation. That has gone up since to the formal publication of the new local housing need figures through the new standard method. So it's not necessarily relevant to this council, but it is a key strategic cross-boundary matter between the two authorities. And as we've outlined, Three Rivers have, or as outlined in the council's documentation, Three Rivers have very clearly requested this council seek to accommodate unmet needs. I don't want to stray into territory of effectiveness, Mum, which I know is a soundless matter.
Okay, would the council like to respond on any of those points?
Thank you, Ma'am. In the correspondence from the council to the neighbouring boroughs outside of London, Three Rivers and Hartsmere, the council's acknowledged the difficulty they face in terms of meeting any housing targets. However, the council Harrow Council has been very clear that it's not been in a position to assist with meeting that any of the need or supply that they would be required to deliver. The reasons behind that is at the time of the request, as pointed out, there's been a lot of changes in the policy landscape. The council weren't in the position to understand how much capacity there could potentially be to assist given where we were as a council in delivering the local plan progression. So that would be the first point, but at that point we were not in a position to say anything but no. Following on from that, in terms of timings, the understanding of capacity has only occurred during the regulation, just subject to, well, around the regulation 19 stage, when after the call for sites was undertaken by this council, and the site allocations being published, with capacity work, etc., being done for each of those to understand the capacity, and then how Harrow Council was able to meet its London Plan targets. Ultimately, it is the London Plan that Harrow is required to be in general conformity with and meet those housing targets set out within that. The only thing else I would add to it is any oversupply of housing from Harrow would go towards the London market rather than outside of that. Obviously, there's a shortfall in terms of the London Plan targets that are set out within it, so any overage of housing delivery would go towards that from Harrow. And then lastly, the duty to cooperate, and especially set out within the corresponding statements of common ground, set out that there's an understanding that that's how Harrow would operate in terms of meeting the London Plan target, and that it was not in a position to be able to assist the outer London boroughs in meeting their targets.
Yes, I'm here all week, Mum, so that's absolutely fine.
Is if you just set out in terms of duty to cooperate, the brief summary, and I do mean brief, of the issue, and what work has been undertaken with neighbouring authorities in terms of that particular cross-boundary issue.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I mean, obviously there is a concern across West London, albeit all of London, around burial space provision. Again, we'll highlight later that in the minutes that it's a matter that came through the West London Alliance. In terms of where the council is in addressing the issue, it's three parts. We'll keep it brief. We note that the GLA, the Greater London Authority, has committed to producing a piece of evidence-based work on this, which is apparently understood to have been commissioned this month. From a West London point of view, there's been duty to cooperate with Brent and Ealing councils, London Borough of Ealing and London Borough of Brent, to progress sub-regional evidence base. This has been led by the London Borough of Ealing, with the intention for London Borough of Harrow to participate in this. In terms of Harrow itself, it has now sought or actively procuring consultants to undertake land availability work on this matter, specifically for Harrow. We're at this stage where they have received, the council has received bids for this work. That is where the council is on it, and unfortunately we aren't able to provide you a time frame for the completion of the work at this stage.
So, the work that Harrow have commissioned then, so what is the piece of that work that the London Borough of Ealing are leading, and what is the work that Harrow have commissioned subsequently to that?
My understanding is the London Borough of Ealing is doing commissioning for space within their borough, which could potentially be used by Harrow if the quantum was there in terms of land availability, or outside of their borough, which I understand they are looking at also. And then it would, then obviously Harrow will be undertaking land availability searches within the Harrow administrative boundary only.
So I'm not understanding why this is not a strategic matter that's still outstanding then.
It's a strategic matter, but it's been addressed in terms of, well, seeking to be addressed for a statement of common ground with the London Boroughs of Brent and Ealing to be resolved. So it is a strategic matter outstanding, but there is a clear path forward on how to address it.
But it is still a matter that's outstanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we'll come on to that in further detail, but in terms of DTC matters, I don't need to discuss that any further. So we'll proceed to 2.1, which is the consultation process. So I've set out there as summarised the document that you've referred to in terms of the Statements of Community Involvement ODSO2 and the consultation requirements that you've identified there in terms of the relevant regulations, and then you've responded at 2.1.1 to 2.1.3. So what I wasn't clear on this response is, are you saying that because part of it you say we've met and exceeded the consultation requirements, and I think that's in relation to the Reg 18 responses, but are you saying that you've met and exceeded the Regulation 19 consultation, or are you saying you met that consultation period?
Apologies if that wasn't clear. Yes, the answer is that we met the minimum requirements and exceeded on both the Regulation 18 and 19 stages.
So you exceeded so Reg 19, you also exceeded the requirements?
Yes, that's correct.
In what way?
For example, undertaking additional public events, different formats for information being provided online. The Statement of Community Involvement requires us to place physical copies of documents in certain locations, and we did them in additional locations beyond that, for example.
Sorry, can you give me a bit more information? So when you say you made the documents available in additional locations to advertise. So just give me an example then.
So additional libraries the document sets out that the hard copy should be available to view at Greenhill Library, for example, and potentially other libraries. We provided them at all libraries. They're also available at the council hub. That's an example of obviously complying with that element.
But the consultation period was compliant. It didn't exceed anything, did it? For the
Regulation 18 consultation was actually a few days in excess of the 8 weeks that we set out, and the Regulation 19 was 6 weeks and 1 day, I believe.
And we've got specific concerns raised regarding the accessibility of the format at 2.3, and in particular the consultation form. You've responded at 2.3.1. I appreciate, I can read the response, but do you understand the concerns that have been raised by residents in terms of the consultation and the formatting of that form?
Yes. So when we approach any consultation of this nature, we recognise that different formats are more appropriate for different types of people that are responding, potentially people with accessibility issues, or those that wish to potentially respond with a much more detailed commentary, or those that perhaps don't want to use the form that we set out. So we look at what other boroughs do. We look at obviously what the guidance and regulations say, and also what is considered best practice. We made a number of different ways for people to provide feedback available. So the primary methods that people used was the MS form version, which was used during Regulation 19, for example. That form online provided people with a more structured way to respond, and was we took examples from other boroughs, for example, town hamlets who used a similar format on MS forms. And that's to help people structure their responses so that they could assign their commentary to a specific matter. That doesn't work for everyone, so we also invited responses to be returned to us via letter or email if people wanted to use a different way of providing responses. And then we had the exemplar feedback form as taken from the Planning Inspectorate's website, which we made available online and through all our libraries. We also did have a statement on the website that anyone that did struggle or had issues with the feedback form could contact us, and we had via email or on the phone. And in addition, we had officers every week at the very well-known and popular Conversation Cafe, which Harrow runs, where members of the public come to raise other issues, and that was advertised in advance as well, and the officers were there for every week during the Regulation 19 consultation period.
And did you have, when you say respondents were able to get in touch with any concerns or issues with providing feedback, did you have, what sorts of responses did you have to that?
During the Regulation 18 consultation, we received one email from a resident who raised concerns relating to those who were more elderly and their ability to access it. We provided a detailed breakdown of how to respond to the form, and offered a further opportunity to ask any questions, and there was nothing further at that point. I believe that's correct.
One resident, so no residents associations or?
No.
No.
Ma'am, if I could just add, we did have some issues at the Regulation 19 stage. Obviously, there was why the questions obviously come about in terms of the form that was submitted. There was some issues people did find with it, so we did get some feedback.
Sorry, it's quite,
Sorry.
it is quite, I might have to shut the window a little bit, but sorry, could you just speak up a little bit?
Sorry. Just in terms of the Regulation 19 MS form, we did have correspondence from members of the public in the matters there was issues they found with the form. But we had used, as my colleague has mentioned, a form that had been used elsewhere across London. Mm-hmm. And then obviously where there were issues, we explained how more the issue came around the amount of policies people may wish to make comment on.
Yeah.
So you could resubmit the form multiple times, and that was explained in an email response to anyone who did have that query. But I don't have the amount of numbers of that. Apologies, ma'am.
And just run me through the types of consultation events then that you ran for just for the Reg 19, please.
Yes, the Regulation 19 consultation events included officers' attendance at the Conversation Cafe. No, sorry, apologies, that was Regulation 18. We held a public exhibition over several days at the Harrow Leisure Centre, which was attended by around a dozen or so people, if I recall off the top of my head. And then the... Apologies, bear with me.
Sorry.
Yes, that was the primary form of consultation event held during Regulation 19.
How many days was that?
3 days.
3 days.
Including a weekend. Apologies, 2 days, including a weekend day. The reasoning for that as well is obviously at the Regulation 19 stage there is a lesser ability for people to influence the outcome. So the Regulation 18 stage we put quite a lot of emphasis in public engagement to help influence and shape the plans where there's an ability for the members of the public to do so. So the number of events and things undertaken in Regulation 18 was obviously more so at that point.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any concerns to raise in terms of the consultation that was undertaken?
Just in terms of the MS form, I would have been one of the people that would have used it, but I like to respond thoroughly and it just didn't. Because of the amount of documentation, you see hundreds of documents, you have to read them and then go and fill in the form. So the number of options, the amount of documents, the quantity of content to review just didn't align with how the form worked. And I just wanted to make that clear. I'm not sure if that's been addressed. And in terms of the conversation cafes, I did attend the conversation cafes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, because of the quantity of documentation, you were given a very high level overview of the plan by the officers, and then they literally had stacks of the documents there, and if you're just passing by, there's no way you're going to be perusing that document. If you needed any more information, if you needed to really interrogate the plan, you could do that in the conversation cafes. And I do appreciate that there is a lot of paperwork that goes into it, but I don't know if there's any other easier way of engaging with the public, because it is quite technical, the documentation, and it's quite complicated. So I appreciate it's a difficult thing to achieve, but I was just wondering if more could have been done.
Fully appreciate the complicated consultations. Coming from a communications background, it's a difficult one to balance between meeting obviously the legal requirements of what we have to publish and present, and not making things too complicated for the public. During the Regulation 18 consultation, we used a platform, Urban Intelligence, that had a storyboard that talked you through the plans. What we found with that was that actually engagement was not as high as we would have hoped, and you noted that people dropped off. You could see through the hits on the website that people dropped off as we went through. So a discussion was had about how else we can make it more available and accessible for people, and the view was very much taken that in-person meetings, so using the Conversation Cafe was the best way to engage with the public and provide a face-to-face opportunity for people to talk through the matters and get that review of any complicated documents. But I do fully appreciate it. It is a complex matter. There are a number of documents, and the stack of documents and the amount of printing involved in that is quite high. However, the documents that we have to provide in that format, and our hands are somewhat restricted on that.
Thank you very much. Okay. I don't have any additional questions on the consultation process that the Council undertook in terms of Regulation 19. So we'll now move on to, I'm on page 7 of my MIQs, and it's question 2.4, and this is going to go through to 2.9. Some of the detail that the councillor provided on this in their responses, we will be looking at in further detail in terms of the essay session. So I don't want to, we need to just particularly focus on legal compliance in terms of the essay, in terms of this session, and the testing of reasonable alternatives. So I don't know if you're intending to come back to the additional session, because I know that you do have some particular concerns on the essay, the detail of the essay. So do you understand what I'm saying in terms of how we will be looking at legal compliance in this session, not the specifics of how the council may or may not have scored certain outcomes in terms of the essay?
Yeah, I understand that the
Yeah.
session is about interrogating the process.
Yeah, well, this session is purely to do with the legal compliance in terms of how they prepared that document. So if you do raise a question that sort of strays into that additional area, I think you are down to attend that other session, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
stand corrected.
Okay. I just thought I'd highlight that to you. And it's probably worth setting out at the outset in terms of the testing of reasonable alternatives. The authority are restricted isn't the wrong word, but they have to be in conformity with the London Plan, and the London Plan identifies the opportunity area of Harrow and Wheelstone opportunity area as a fundamental growth area for the borough in terms of where growth should be focused. So that, in a sense, sets the context for the essay a little. So we will explore that in further detail, but I just thought it was worth highlighting that to you. So do you want to set out, this is for the council now, just how you've approached the essay and to what extent it's informed the content of the plan, please?
Ma'am, thank you. And here we've got SLR Consulting, who've just come to the corner there, which is Joanna Mitchell and Vicky Pearson. I think they're going to do that with the assistance of Mr. Asram as well.
Sorry, can I state your names?
I'm Hamid Asram, I'm the Principal Planning Policy Officer
Yeah.
for the Council.
And Mrs. Vicky Pearson from SLR Consulting.
Mrs. Johanna Mitchell, SLR Consulting.
Okay.
So in terms of, would you like some information about the essay and the integrated impact assessment? Would you like me to sort of set the scene and explain the assessment that's been undertaken?
No, I don't want to go into the detail of the assessment, or purely what we're looking at here is the testing of reasonable alternatives and what I just set out. So the legal compliance point as to whether the council has tested appropriate alternatives. So if you just set out the extent to which, how you've approached it and the extent to which the process that you've undertaken has informed the plan.
Okay, so we have worked in close collaboration with the council, asking which reasonable alternatives could be identified throughout the plan making process. The integrated impact assessment, which integrates the sustainability appraisal, has tested all reasonable alternatives. Chapter 6 of the impact assessment report, which is CSD 03AA. Includes a summary of all of the reasonable...
Sorry. CSD.
CSD 3AA.
Yep.
That includes a summary of all of the reasonable alternatives for the plan, which covers spatial strategies, policies and site options.
Yep.
And all of those alternatives have been assessed to the same level of detail.
Just want to summarise what they are, because for everybody else's benefit.
So with regards to spatial strategy and scale of growth options, there is a table within Appendix C of the impact assessment, which is reference CSD 3E.
Is this the table that's reproduced in the MIQ responses? Or
Yes,
yeah. So
yes,
which page on the
table 2.
MI?
It's called Table 2, and that's
15.
it's under the answer to question 2.8,
Okay.
page 15 of the hearing statement. And that sets out 3 reasonable alternatives for spatial strategy and growth. So that covered a low growth, a preferred growth and a high growth option, and then 3 spatial strategies, spatial options. And that table also describes why there aren't any other alternatives to the 3 that have been tested. So it explains why there are no other reasonable alternatives.
Do you want to just summarise the reasons for that, for the benefit of everybody here?
So, with regards to the preferred spatial strategy, which is growth directed to the opportunity area and the rest of the borough and small sites plus windfalls, the low growth, under the low growth scenario, this would not be a reasonable alternative under this spatial strategy, as it would not deliver sufficient housing to address the housing needs of around 16,000 dwellings, and the local plan evidence indicates that the borough is likely to have sufficient capacity to deliver in excess of 12,000 homes.
Sorry, just before you do that, could you just explain, you said that the table describes why there are no other reasonable alternatives and summarises the reasons for that. Could you just run through what those reasons are?
Yes.
So why the council only focused on those 3 growth options?
Yes. So the reasons relate to capacity of sites, available sites, with regards to the high growth option.
Sorry, capacity of sites or availability of sites, which?
It's a bit of both. Basically, that table sets out the spatial strategy and the level of housing growth that could potentially be accommodated under the different options.
Mm-hmm.
And for the preferred strategy, a housing growth of 12,829, which is based upon the 2017 SLA, that would not be an option, because the local plan evidence has identified the capacity to meet or exceed the 16,000.
Yeah, I can read what's on the table.
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to come through to those 3 options.
Okay.
So we've got 3 reasonable alternatives that the council tested. We've got a low growth option, a preferred growth option, and a high growth option. And then you said that the report also describes why there are no other reasonable alternatives. And all I've asked is that you can explain the reasons why there are no other alternatives. So we're not coming on to the preferred options that you've looked at on behalf of the council. We're looking at why that there are no other options other than the three.
Yeah, it's basically, according to the PPG, it's the mayor's responsibility of assessing needs across London and distributing that.
It's what, sorry?
It's the mayor's, according to the PPG, housing and economic needs section of that, it basically makes it clear that it's the mayor's responsibility of assessing the overall needs within London and distributing them across London. So the standard method would not apply. And then on top of that, the transitional arrangements within the MPPF 24, they don't basically require us to assess needs based upon the standard method either.
I'm not quite sure we're on the same page because I'm not talking about standard method and what the framework tells us. Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yeah, you could do.
Okay, so we're just talking at a very high level in terms of legal compliance of the SA and the testing of reasonable alternatives. So that's the only small part of this we're looking at. We've got the summary table at page 15, which is an extract from the SA, which sets out the three reasonable alternatives that the council looked at. Yeah, we're going to come on to look at those in further detail, again at a very high level, because this session is not to do with specifics of that. All I'm asking is that you said that within the report it describes why there are no other reasonable alternatives other than these three that you looked at.
Yeah.
And all I'm asking for is a summary as to how you reached that conclusion. So what factors you and the council took into account to conclude that there were no other reasonable alternatives other than those three. And then we'll come on to look at those three, but I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. At the Reg 18 stage, we undertook a local housing needs assessment.
Yeah.
And that identified two potential housing targets for the plan, which were, one was 16,040. That was based upon rolling the 10-year housing delivery target within the London plan over another 10 years. So that covers the plan period. And the other option was based upon, it was a figure of 24,266. And that was based upon the model that the local housing needs assessment used. And it was based upon the 2018 household projections. And those were the two options that the local housing needs assessment basically suggested. And then on top of that, the local housing needs assessment said that we don't have to base any other, we don't have to, we're not, basically, because we're in London, we don't have to base our housing requirement based upon the standard method. And the other option, which was the 12829, that was based upon the London plan, the supporting text within policy H1 of the London plan. It basically said if you need to, any target beyond the first 10 years of the plan, you could base this upon the 2017 SHLA. And that was based upon the capacity of the large sites within the London Plan 2017 SHLA, plus the small sites windfall allowance. And at the Reg 18 stage, on top of that, the supporting text of policy H1, it also said that you can also base the target based upon the capacity of additional sites. And at the Reg 18 stage, we undertook a call for sites. And then after that, we, in line with the London plan, we undertook design-led capacity work. And that basically suggests that our the capacity of all the sites that we identified and other sources of housing supply, such as a small sites windfall allowance, it comes close to, it basically meets, it's got capacity to meet or exceed the 16,000.
Do you want to give me the reference in the report as to where you set that out?
In the IIA?
Yeah.
I can try to find it for you.
Just to summarise, I think in terms of the IIA, the options that weren't considered reasonable are mainly to do with site availability and capacity. So the site availability and capacity was used to help identify those through looking at compliance with the alternative spatial strategies and whether or not the site availability would mean that those spatial strategies were deliverable.
Yeah, and the all the options that were considered at the early stage in relation to the housing growth options, they're set out in Appendix C of the local plan IIA.
Of the what, sorry?
They're set out in Appendix C of the local plan IIA.
Which is reference CSD 03E.
Okay, so let's go back to, you've got your three options, your three preferred, three reasonable alternatives that you looked at. Would you want to summarise, well, you've said a low growth, preferred growth and high growth, and you were going to go on to talk me through what those different options would mean and therefore how you'd arrived at the preferred option.
Okay, so the three different growth options also, they've been compared with three different distribution options, which is what this table is sort of trying to identify. There could potentially be 9 different options within that table, but there are 3 reasonable alternatives identified in Table 2. So the preferred option is, as I was describing initially, the growth directed to the opportunity area. So this is a distribution. So this is 16,040 dwellings distributed between the opportunity area, the rest of the borough, small sites and Windfall. The second alternative is low growth, 12,829 dwellings, and that is the current spatial strategy, which is growth directed to the opportunity area.
Just the opportunity area?
Yes.
Okay.
And the third is a high growth option, 24,266 dwellings. And that is a distribution option which involves the redevelopment of employment land and development of greenbelt land.
Ma'am, 6.21 of the local plan IIA report, it sets out what the different reasonable alternatives in relation to the spatial strategy sort of entailed.
So that starts on page 58, and that's document reference CSD 03AA.
Is this the one that's been updated with the incorrect references? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Did you put a note on explaining that that's been updated? And I know that the document's on the website, but did you actually signpost? So where's the note that signposts that was?
On the examination page, it says it has the old version.
Yeah.
It says superseded.
Yeah.
And above it, it has the correct version.
Yeah, but
there is an errata note, which is document reference CSD 3AB.
3AB.
Both of those sit above the superseded.
Right. Could you just do it? Could we just get a note actually on that section of the examination web page that explains what the error was, rather than, because otherwise somebody's just got to open every individual document and piece it together, just to make it a little more straightforward in terms of the what the errors were. So to what extent then has the testing of those three reasonable alternatives informed the content of the plan?
Okay, so section 6 of the IIA, so section 6.2 from page 61 explains how each of the spatial strategy reasonable alternatives performs, and that sets out the benefits of each and explains why the preferred strategy has been selected over the other two alternatives.
And then just summarise what you're telling me at 2.5.4 of your response, please.
.5.4 relating to how the IIA has informed the content of the plan.
Yeah.
So the recommendations that were identified in the impact assessment. So this is once potential significant effects have been identified, recommendations are made in relation to mitigating any negative or uncertain effects, and enhancements are also made in relation to neutral or potential minor positive effects of policies and allocations. Those recommendations were passed on to council officers, and then responses were passed back to us identifying what changes would be made in relation to those recommendations within the plan. Those changes related to policy wording and the supporting text.
Sorry, and the Appendix 3 references in relation to what?
So Appendix 3 of the hearing statement
Of the
sets
hearing
out
statement.
a table that includes recommendations and then how the officers have responded to those, including the new wording.
Yeah, this table only focuses on all the changes we made in response to the IIA recommendation.
Yeah.
In some cases, within the main document that we sent to the consultant, we did respond to the sort of the enhancements to, but in some cases, some of the recommendations that were made, they were already covered by existing other policies within the plan.
So sorry, is this table then everything in
this-
terms of the recommendations that were made?
This table just outlines all the changes that we made in response to the IIA recommendations, but we did consider all of the recommendations.
But some of them didn't necessarily result in a change to the plan,
Yeah.
because the response from the council was that matter's actually covered by this policy.
Okay, and is that set out in the SA in terms of the comprehensive list of recommendations? Yeah.
Yeah.
The adoption statement, once produced, will also set out
Yeah.
a full set of all the changes that have been made.
Okay, we'll come on to the detail of that report in the latter sessions. So references we've covered. Does anybody, would you like to raise any specific questions to do with the essay?
Yeah, so I've actually been through the integrated impact assessment a few times. So I understand the three options. However, for the low growth option, in one of the documents on page 28, CSD 03E, it says the low growth is 6,050. But in the same document, it then says on page 59 that it is 12,829. So I wasn't sure what number is the low grade growth option. Because is it 6,050 or is it 1,000?
12,829. That 6,000 figure was the existing core strategies to the target.
Yeah.
And since then, the London plan has been updated numerous times, and the housing target has generally sort of gone up. That was an error in the document. It should have been 12,829.
Yeah, so yeah, that was confusing because I was thinking, is it 6,050 or is it 12,000? And in several documents, not just CSD 03A and then also CSD 03E. So that error was replicated. So in one section it will say 6,050, and then you go further down and it says 12,829. So I was unsure what the alternative was. In terms of the naming...
Confuse matters more, so that there were quite a number of errors in the 03A document where sentences weren't complete. So they've produced an updated, and I'm assuming the updated version then corrects these errors, does it?
The 6,050 figure, that error, I think exists in this IIA report, but that basically relates to the existing spatial strategy that was seeking to deliver 6,050, but since then things have moved on, and based upon the London-wide 2017 SLA, based upon the capacities in that site plus the small sites, it basically comes down to a figure of 12,829. So if we were going to pursue the existing spatial strategy, that would be the figure that...
Has that error that you've said there's an incorrect number quoted, has that error been corrected in the up-to-date SA document? Just a yes or no will do.
Yeah, one sec.
Do you have the page references?
No,
I can see that.
I can give you the page references. So
On page 59 of the IIA report, that error is still there. It says 6,050.
Yeah, on page 59, that's still there. Table C2, page 2, on CSD 03, that says 12,000. Yeah, so yeah, there is.
So if you know there's an error in your document, why haven't you, and you've been alerted, the question was in the MIQs, please can the council go through the document comprehensively and check there are no further corrections needed. That's what I asked you to do in terms of the MIQs. Why haven't you corrected the document correctly? Because now you're going to have another version of that document on the examination webpage with another reference.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's
but do you understand why it's then?
I do understand.
Yeah.
I do understand. I apologize.
Mum, it is disappointing, but since we're producing an errata document anyway with an explanation to put on the website, and we'll pick those up at that stage as well.
Yeah, but you're going to have to do it twice.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
we'll do it. We'll have to do it. We'll do it twice, but we'll do one document that explains everything.
Yeah. Okay.
I have another question about the options.
Sorry, can we just finish on this particular point? So, can you get before that? When is? I'm just going to check when the actual full session on this is going to be. Is that tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. So by the end of today, could you get that document updated with the correct references and have it on the examination webpage? And you will need to liaise with Louise in terms of notifying participants who are coming tomorrow that there were a number of errors identified and that they should be aware that the document has been updated. And then we will have to spend time in the hearing tomorrow alerting people to that change. So if you check the examination webpage later, we'll get the reference number off the council this afternoon as to what it's going to be, and hopefully you can look at it there. But you carry on with your second point.
Okay, the second point is, so that we've got the preferred option, which is this 16040, and then you've got two alternatives, one with the either 6,000 or 12,000 to be confirmed, and the other with 24,266. There's into two different documents, so CSD 03A and CSD 03E. The alternative 1 and 2 the label seems to change. So the one with the 6,000 is alternative 1, and the one is with the 24,000 is alternative 2. So they've been mislabeled interchangeably. So yeah, so in one set of document, one option is 24,000, alternative 1 is 24,000, but in the other alternative 2 is 24,000. It's just confusing.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I haven't made that myself, but I will, do you have the page references for that?
So if you look at, I think if you read CSD 03A and CSD 03E in conduction, you'll see that they are. Sorry, I thought I'd copied the.
Would that be page 58?
Yeah.
CSD.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the section that deals with the description of alternatives. So my assumption is that would be in the main report.
And then there's a table, I think the table C21 on page 2 of CSDE. So I'll just check those. I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, I think we'll just wait for the council to just have a quick look at those.
I've got one of these numbers, which is the second document that you say is inconsistent.
So in the responses from the council,
Yes.
you were referring to CSD 03A and CSD 03E. And if you look across those documents, there are some inconsistencies in the terms of the numbers for the options, for the
Yes.
the two alternatives, and also one alternative being named one thing in one document, but named something else in the other document.
But is the A document not the one that's become double A?
Yes.
Yes,
But those were the documents that were in the answers, because I looked at the matters. That's what I was going by.
Okay. I don't know about that at this moment, but the correction is on the website, which is the double A document. And that should have...
I think we've already established
matters.
that doesn't correct everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The matters, I was reading,
Yeah.
I read the matters.
So that seems to be the same point
Yeah.
then, that we need to correct.
Yeah.
No, it's a different error.
Yeah. Or maybe can Miss Pearson help?
We'll have to go through it and review, find the error. In terms of the AA version, that corrected formatting errors. The content is the same. So
It wasn't formatting errors. There were incomplete sentences. There were sentences that said, this document XXX. It wasn't a formatting error. You couldn't read the document because it didn't cross-reference to what it was supposed to cross-reference to.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the cross-references were missing.
Error sort, well, it's set out on your page 9.
Yeah.
It corrects those. That was a cross-reference link that was broken through the PDF process, so that it has corrected those.
Right, so there's that. Then there's a second issue to do with the baseline figures being incorrect between the 6,000 and the 12,000. Now there's a third issue to do. Do you understand what the third problem is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not two of the same.
We need to identify those.
But do you want to change the format of this week then? Because there's a lot of changes that are coming in terms of that session tomorrow, and I'm quite concerned that people aren't going to have an opportunity to read the correct document. You can't expect people to prepare on a document that you've submitted and then say, well, we'll be looking at that and correcting it. I mean, it's you can't run the hearing session like that.
No, agreed. And I'm not sure at the moment what the ultimate significance will be of the numbers, but obviously you're quite right that the correct document needs to be before everybody. I mean, we can correct them. I mean, I'm making this commitment that we can do it now, but as you say, if we're going to have the rest of the session tomorrow, that leaves too little time.
Well, why don't we have a short break now? It's 11:30. Why don't we break till 11:45? And if the council could, in that time, look at those two additional points and take a view as to how long it's going to take you to have a comprehensive review of that document and check that everything in it is correct. And then, based on your feedback, it might have to change around the format of tomorrow's sessions. Okay, so we'll adjourn the hearings till 11:45. Thank you.
I thought you were.
No.
To the correct alternative. It should be resulted in a more positive performance.
Yeah, because it's
Alternative one. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, here we are. This is where it's wrong. So in the main report we have alternative 1 as low.
Yeah.
And this is
Alternative 2.
that's high.
Yeah.
No.
One that's high, that's 2, that's low. So
Excuse me. Can you come volunteer?
The alternative one would be proposal and will be status strategy to opposite.
And the original description of the options. It was a lower amount. So that's it. There's no difference to
Somebody's going to get to us.
Yeah,
We can't
a
do
few
that.
things. Yeah, but
Yeah.
get this.
It makes no difference. That's it's not incomplete sentences. It's a reference. When they put this PDF, it was a reference which is normally hyphenated and it has that's been corrected. So that's that's what that was. Three A is the next. Yeah, so 3A. So that'll be the same. It's just spreading and then three. So it'll be section 6 that describes different alternatives. And that sets out.
So these are the spatial strategy alternatives. The third spatial strategy is described as such.
Oh, yes. Thank you, yes. Yeah, that would be really helpful, because we're struggling to identify them. Let me just
Have a look at those documents. Yeah.
Did you pick that up too? Marlene was completely
Understandable.
So this is CSD 0388. So if you look here, on the spatial, page 20.
No, you managed to download all the minutes, Dave.
So you get the,
Yeah, I'm trying to retrieve them.
so it's the 6080 here, which is.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And then you've got the.
Yeah.
And then we go to the table. You know what,
Maybe at the moment we are proceeding beyond 1.1.
Okay, it's 11:45, so the hearing's resumed. Where are we at in terms of the incorrect?
Yes, so Mum, we have, the consultants have got to the bottom of it, and they've spoken to the participant who's very helpfully identified the issue that she's concerned about. And I'm going to ask SLR, because they've had a long, detailed conversation, just to explain. As I understand it, there isn't a third error, we're happy to know. It's simply reading the wrong label. But I'll ask, can you explain that? I think, Vicky?
Oh, please.
Johanna?
So just to clarify, the housing figure, the reference to 6050 is an error, so we need to correct that.
Yeah.
The second point that was raised, which was to do with the referencing of the different alternatives, the table, which is table C21 within Appendix C, which the reference is CSD 03E. That's where the potential inconsistency was identified when compared with the main report. However, that table shows on one axis the alternative spatial strategies, and the other axis the alternative housing numbers, and then it identifies the reasonable alternatives.
Yeah.
So the labelling of the alternative housing numbers is the other way around to the labelling of the reasonable alternatives. So actually, when the report itself is talking about reasonable alternatives, it's correct and consistent.
So what page is it on CSD 03E?
Page 28, I think, is that correct? I haven't got it open at the moment.
Appendix C, yeah?
Yeah.
No, it's this table.
Sorry.
It's page 2.
Page 2
Appendix C.
of Appendix C. So I've got all these,
So
you
reading,
kindly printed all these for me, so I'm using printed versions, so page 2.
So it's the start of section 2, the tables.
So what page
C1,
number?
2.
Yep,
And then if you read across, so the housing growth options and the spatial strategy options, if you read across the first row, that refers to the housing numbers.
yep,
And then if you read down the first column, that refers to the spatial strategy alternatives. So there's 2 lots of alternatives identified, and the table itself identifies the reasonable alternatives.
yep,
So the housing growth options identify the alternative 2 as low and alternative 1 as high. So that's just how the housing growth options are described. But the reasonable alternatives are identified as 1 being low with a spatial strategy of, I can't see it. Sorry. So with the spatial strategy element involved. So the reasonable alternatives are referred to consistently throughout the report.
okay. Down the left, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine.
That's the spatial strategy alternative,
Yeah.
but it's within the report.
Okay,
within
and then
the
housing
table.
numbers across the top, yeah.
So we're confident that it's not an error.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of getting that document updated then, is that still possible and uploaded before 5 o'clock?
Yes, we're going to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. And duty to cooperate minutes?
Those are also being printed, hopefully, and they will then be brought here and
Yeah.
uploaded as well.
Okay. By when?
I'm hoping before the end of today, Mr. Hughes. Yes, I mean, they're all there. It's just a question of printing them physically.
Okay, so there obviously needs to be time for me to look at those
Yeah.
and potentially ask any questions. So they won't be here before the end of the day.
Well, what's the time now? Well, Mum, can I mean, I'm hoping they will be here before the end of the day. I'm hoping they'll be here by after lunch. That's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see any reason why that can't happen.
Right, well, ideally, if they could get here, what the best case scenario would be that they arrive before the 2 o'clock and before 1 o'clock, and then I can look at them over the break and then raise any questions this afternoon. So if you could try and work on that basis.
Yes, we'll try and make that happen.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to see where we're at in terms of my MIQs. So references we've addressed, and could you just touch on 2.7, discounting alternative sites and being clear? Sorry, did you have an additional point to raise on?
You might come on to it later, but so I understand the three options,
Yeah.
but I didn't understand. Decided to come with other options which could possibly be more listen to what residents were saying.
Do you mean the distribution
Yeah.
across the borough as a whole, or outside of the opportunity area?
Across the borough as a whole.
As a whole, okay.
Still having a nod to the opportunity area, but if you can raise it by 1,200 by 1,250 between regulation 18 and regulation 19, we can possibly do it the other way around.
Okay, would the council like to respond on that?
Between Reg 18 and 19, we did a call for sites, and then we basically assessed the suitability, availability of the sites, and also the revised figures in relation to the opportunity areas, those were based upon the revised capacity based upon the design-led capacity work. And
I think the question's more specific to do with why didn't you look at an option of distributing with a reference to the opportunity area, a wider distribution within the borough as a whole? That was the question. So we're not on to my question about...
Mohammed, is that right? Fine.
yeah, go for it.
Just referring to the table within the hearing statement, table 2, if you go to the bottom left corner of that, which is spatial strategy alternative 2 and strategic policy alternative 2, which is effectively the low growth option, and the spatial strategy which accommodates growth. Is that correct? Higher growth.
Wider distribution.
Wider distribution. I'm on the wrong page. Then I think it sets out in there the justification.
On page 17.
Yeah.
Is that where you're referring me to?
Yeah.
Page 17.
That's correct. Yeah.
Would you just like to summarise what that says for the benefit of the room?
So in the box it says the low growth housing option would not be reasonable for this spatial strategy alternative 2. The key reason is that the council is likely to have sufficient capacity to address this level of growth on PDL sites within the existing urban area without the need for release of greenbelt or employment land to meet housing needs. There would be insufficient justification to release employment land. The evidence base indicates that this needs to be retained in greenbelt MOL if the outcome was to deliver a lower level of housing and not optimise previously developed land. So effectively, if you're spreading the growth around, they're not necessarily the most sustainable sites because you'd be potentially using greenbelt and MOL land as an alternative to the opportunity area.
I'm not sure that actually answers the question because I think that option was with the lower growth number. I would say if you stick with the 16,000, is there an option that redistributes the 16,000? Because that's just an option for the 12,000. That's different. I say take 16,000 and you try to redistribute the 16,000. And where is that option? Because at regulation 18, you have 7,500 within the opportunity area. By regulation 19, they have gone to 8,750. So if you can raise it up using the same total target number, why couldn't you do the same the other way around? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you. In terms of clarification, so the difference between Reg 18 and Reg 19 was we actually had undertaken a call for sites, and so that identified additional capacity within the opportunity area as such. So that was the actual difference between what was it, Reg 18 and Reg 19. In terms of the actual distribution, putting that capacity elsewhere, because that capacity actually existed within the opportunity area and was considered to be deliverable and developable, that was what drove that capacity there. And then in terms of the actual options, in terms of, say, elsewhere in the borough, because I know from your statement you sort of indicated potentially distribute it in other sort of district centres. The capacity study that we did and the site identification sort of identified all the available sites within those district centres and the town centres and other locations within the borough. So the opportunity to actually shift the 1,000 homes that was identified, the capacity from the opportunity area to elsewhere, wasn't really actually deliverable and achievable, so therefore it wasn't really a reasonable option because those sites to distribute elsewhere wasn't actually feasible.
Is that,
I understand, but I don't necessarily.
yeah, I know you don't agree, but yeah, but the council have provided you with a sufficient reply, have they? Okay. So 2.7, this is to do with the site sifting, and again I don't want to revisit this twice, so this is a sort of very high level discussion about this because the site selection and the approach to site selection is tomorrow morning in much further detail. But in terms of the methodology that you've set out there at 2.7.2, you cross-reference to the section 6.3 of the SA. Just talk me through this issue about sites that were sifted out at stage 1. You say because they'd been delivered or expected to be completed by the commencement of the plan. What do you mean by commencement of the plan?
The commencement plans, if this plan becomes adopted, by that point, those sites are expected to have been delivered. So they are.
Sorry, you're using your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. By the commencement of the adoption of this plan, those sites will have been delivered and therefore no longer require any allocation.
So it's nothing to do whether they have planning permission now. It's whether the council's informed view is that the scheme will be completed by the adoption of the plan, and that's in terms of the dates that you've set out earlier on in the matter statement, is it? So you're anticipating that this plan would be adopted by December this year?
That's correct. That's our
Yeah.
understanding.
So that's the 36 that were then discounted at that stage, is that right? You're saying 36 sites fall into that category?
That's correct. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So again, that's stage one, and then you set out stage two. There's obviously the two greenbelt sites that I've referenced in other matter statements, and again, we will cover it in proper detail then. But you say in here, in this matter statement, 2.7.6, so applying the criteria at 2.7, which you've just clarified what you actually mean by that the two greenbelt sites that you've still proposing to allocate, they meet that criteria. So in your view, those are going to be completed by December 2025. So that's why they weren't sifted out at stage one.
No. Those sites obviously is in greenbelt. However, the site selection paper provides a mechanism to apply planning judgment to sites that may fall within greenbelt. Those two sites, they won't be completed because there's no active planning permission on the site.
No.
But they are sites that are existing uses in terms of what they are. So GB1 is the hospital, Royal Orthopaedic, and GB2 is Watling Farm, which is Gypsy and Traveller site.
Yeah.
So those sites don't have planning permissions on them. There has been planning permissions for the hospital, but that has lapsed. And so it was only ever partially developed.
So sorry, why do you say they therefore meet the criteria approach applied at 2.7.3?
These sites haven't been excluded under 2.7.3. It's not one of the 36. They're not one of the 36 sites.
You say at 2.7.6, they therefore met the criteria approach applied at 2.7.3. Is the cross-referencing correct?
Sorry. It could be a cross-referencing because these haven't been delivered. They aren't delivered schemes.
So what do you mean to say at 2.7.6 then?
They've been excluded. They have met the criteria in terms of the ability for sites to be considered as exempt from being discounted as per 2.7.3.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
The two sites are exempt from, or have been considered exempt as a planning judgment, as set out in the site selection document, which is EBH01.
Yeah, we're not looking at the particulars of that. So I don't understand 2.7.6. Doesn't make sense if you're cross-referencing to 2.7.3.
I think Mr. Evans is going to come in, if that's all right.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just comment in relation to RNOH, if I may, the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital. I won't comment in relation to the other site, the Gypsies and Travellers sites. I'll let my team address that one. But with regard to RNOH, a detailed planning permission has been granted and it has been delivered. So it's not a site which is awaiting delivery. Part of the master plan has been built and is in full operation already. There's an awful lot of history behind RNOH, which I'm happy to clarify later in the examination, if you'd like.
That's another session, yeah.
That's just for now, for that site.
Okay.
I'll let my officers address
So can somebody clarify whoever wrote this, what they mean by 2.7.6?
I think 2.73 follows obviously from 2.72, which sets out the criteria as well in terms of site suitability assessment. That's where officers have taken a planning judgment on those two sites. That's the reason why they have been exempt from being excluded, along with the other 36.
Right, so what are you telling me that 2.76 should say then?
But it does meet the criteria approach, because the criteria approach is set out under 1 through to 3 under 2.72.
But that doesn't, 2.7.2 doesn't mention anything about planning judgment.
It's a site suitability assessment, so officers would have taken a review of that.
So is this sentence incorrect then? They therefore met the criteria approach applied at 2.7.3?
It should probably read 2.7.2 and 2.73. So what just was 2.73 following what's set out in 2.72.
Sorry, I missed the last bit of that.
Sorry, it should say 2.72 in the three criteria.
2.72.
Yeah.
So you're saying that with respect to existing allocations that have not yet been completed, I mean, where there remains an intention to develop.
Sorry, 2.7.2?
Yeah, I'm just reading the last bit of this sentence. Did you see that there's any inconsistency in approach in terms of greenbelt sites and these two sites?
Read as a whole with the site selections document, no.
Mom, if I could just make a comment. No inconsistency, because perhaps not explained as well as it might be, but these two sites are existing uses already, and they are operating. Even Watling Farm has a gypsy site on it.
Yeah.
So these are sites where further development is anticipated in connection with that existing use. Watling Farm will provide for the gypsy need, and the hospital site was only partially completed. So the other side of that hospital site is likely to be completed and on that existing site.
Yeah.
So for that reason, there's no inconsistency.
Right, but this section is setting out the methodology that's been taken in terms of the approach to site sifting and site selection. And you've said that you're discounting sites because they are greenbelt or MOL, open space, etc. You've said all that. But then you say, but there's an exception to the rule, and it's these two sites. Yeah. So, you were well aware in terms of greenbelt, you're on the one hand saying that we're not doing a greenbelt review and we're not, the greenbelt is not touched, that's fine, that's the view you're taking. But then you're saying, but there's an exception to that in terms of these two existing sites. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Yes,
So they're not going to be taken out of the green belt. So there's no exceptionality test here.
No.
There is an exemption for these two because they are, for the reasons that I've given, they are existing uses already. But there's not a question of trying to take them out of the green belt. So it's not that there's a review required. There's no suggestion of removing them from the green belt. They'll stay where they are, and they will be developed in accordance with the rest of the permission, so to speak.
Okay, well,
both of them have half a permission.
Okay,
still.
but we'll return to that then in terms of the call for sites and
details,
the consistency of how that's been applied.
Yeah.
And then on that section, you've gone into quite a bit of detail, which we won't be covering today. We'll be doing that tomorrow morning in the essay session in detail. But did you have, Mr. James, you have some issues to raise in terms of the essay?
Yeah, sorry, I know we'll pick it up in more detail tomorrow, Mum, so I'll be quick. In terms of the council statement, paragraph, just jumping ahead slightly, but it relates very much to the green belt approach. So paragraph 2.7.16, which again goes back to feasible alternatives, but is tied in with the site sifting process. So I just want to flag it now, we'll go into a bit more detail. But at the end of that paragraph, the council states that the inclusive higher housing requirement would require the release of green belt MOL and employment land to meet higher housing, which would be contrary to the London Plan and the MPPF. Just in terms of a point of correction on that, the London Plan Policy G2 includes provisions for exceptional circumstances to justify amendments to green belt boundaries, and paragraph 145 of the 2023 version of the MPPF also includes that provision. So it's just to clarify on that point.
Sorry, paragraph?
145 of the 2023 version also includes that provision. So I think just to correct really the council statement at that paragraph, which I think does tie into the whole site selection process and sort of where that green belt sifting sits in, because at that stage I don't know if the council has been able to conclude that exceptional circumstances don't exist to review green belt boundaries, because it hasn't undertaken the more detailed next steps. So I appreciate you're about to get to that point, Mum, but in terms of the suitability of the other sites that remain, the council didn't know at the stage it sifted all the green belt sites whether that would be sufficient to meet the housing target of the London Plan.
Council like to respond on that?
At the Rec 18 stage, we did a high we did a high level assessment of the capacity of existing allocations, sites permitted, small sites Winford, and that came down to a figure of about 14,829, I think, against our preferred housing target. But at that stage, we didn't know. Basically, there were no exceptional circumstances because we needed to undertake further evidence in relation to all the potential sites that may be put forward through the courts for sites process. And then on top of that, we needed to undertake design-led capacity work. So at that stage, there was basically no evidence to justify that exceptional circumstances exist, and we need to consider the potential release of any sites that had been put forward. And at that stage, we didn't even include any details to any potential allocations. The intention was to do a call for sites, undertake further evidence, assess the suitability, availability and the capacity of the sites, and include all of that info at the Reg 19 stage.
Not much more to add.
This was in line with the London Plan too, that basically said that if you want to include a target beyond 2029, you need to either refer to the 2017 SHLA, the capacity in that, or or updated evidence of capacity. Yeah, the London Plan supporting text, paragraph numbers 4.1, 11.
Is that finished, Mr. Asram?
Yeah, and at the Reg 19 stage, the capacity of all potential sources of housing supply, including the allocations, we basically came close to or slightly exceeded the 16,040 figure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I don't mean to turn things to housing numbers, and apologies, my question probably prompted you to go there. I think it was more of a point of process, really, that we're raising at this stage. I know there's
Yeah.
later sections where we'll talk about exceptional circumstances.
Okay. Okay, as I say, I don't want to go into the further detail on the essay. It's quite difficult to run the session without straying into that slightly. But so we'll just wrap up then in terms of the essay. So which I think again we've already covered. So 2.8 is overall does the IIA demonstrate that the submitted plan is justified and would comprise an appropriate strategy, and you've set out a response there and the quoted table 2 from the report itself. Is there anything else that you'd like to add on that you haven't already covered? No? Okay. Right, I haven't got any questions on the HRA documents, and similarly on climate change 211 to 212, I'm content with the responses that you've provided there. Can I just check at 2.12, your response at 2.12.1, should that be strategic policy 8 rather than 9, or was it referencing 9?
Yeah.
8.
It's 8.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then you've covered the relevant policies there. And equalities and the LDS, I don't have any further comments to raise on those. So unless anybody has any additional points to raise, that concludes the session for this morning on matter 1. We will be returning to the issue of the West London. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
On the matter of the impact assessment, and maybe I just don't know what an impact assessment is, but isn't it supposed to raise issues in terms of the strategy that's being proposed, the preferred options? What are the possibly bad, negative effects that it could have? And in terms of the densifications, especially of the opportunity area, I haven't actually seen anything that suggests that that's actually been looked at in terms of the people that actually live there. I've seen a lot of things about numbers of dwellings, etc.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything that says people actually live there, and people, there's existing residents there,
Yeah.
and what the impact will be on those residents. I haven't really seen anything in there. There's been sort of, oh yeah, there might be pollution, it's an unknown entity, but, you know, isn't it supposed to then come up with mitigations on stuff?
Yeah, it tests it assesses against the different criteria which are contained, and then it allocates for want of a better word, a scoring system in terms of what the council anticipates the impacts would be. So things like you've mentioned, so air quality.
And there was stuff raised about maybe wastewater management not being...
And then it allocates a sort of colour-coded scoring to those different components, and then the report as a whole assesses those and forms a judgment in terms of those scorings. So on the particulars of that will be tomorrow morning. If you're able to come back, you're more than welcome to ask a specific question then about it, because that looks at how the council have assessed those various components. Okay, thank you. So we'll break now until till 2 o'clock. So in terms of we won't summarise action points actually for matter 1 until I've seen those other documents. So are we still content that those are going to come over?
He's left to go and print them,
Oh, great. Okay, and Mr. James, I think, would like to review them as well. Is it? Okay. 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 Then, in which case, we'll adjourn then until 2 o'clock. There was an issue that I'll probably raise now, but the party isn't here. So Broadgate Developments have referenced an appeal decision within one of their statements. Their matter statements. Do the council have any issue with that being made available? Because obviously it's preferable if the council upload it rather than me just looking at various quotes of it.
Yeah, sorry, apologies, Mum. I'm not sure. I don't know which appeal it is.
Okay.
We'll go and have a look at it, but I on the face of it, in principle, no objection to that.
Yeah, I can clarify. I think it might be for matter 4, but I'm just it might be in their matter statement for that. Okay, then thank you everybody for your contributions. So, Mr. James, you're here for. Were you here for this afternoon? Yeah, you are. Okay, so we'll deal with hopefully these minutes in the first instance, and then on to the remainder of the agenda, and then the council are actioning the essay, and we'll liaise with Louise at 2 o'clock as to how we're going to notify parties of that. Okay, so that's all for this morning. Thank you, and the hearing's adjourned until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:00 and the hearings are resumed. Before we commence on matter 2, I've received the some minutes over the lunchtime break from the council in terms of these West London Alliance meetings. I still don't think I've got the full picture. I don't know if you can help me, but are you able to provide the full set of minutes as you've referred to in your MIQ responses?
I thought these were them. Is there something missing, David?
Right, well, so you've said that we've got minutes. These have occurred on a regular basis since 2015. So you provided minutes from 2019, and I've just done a quick tally. 2019, there's one set of minutes, and sorry, you said they happen on a quarterly basis regularly. I've got 1 minute from 2019, 1 from 2020, 2 from 2021, 1 from 2022, 3 from 2023, 3 from 2024, and 2 from this year.
Yeah. So I think the question is, David, I mean, do you have minutes from all the quarters that the meetings took place, or is there a reason why those aren't provided?
I provide all the minutes that we have.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
We provide all the minutes that we have to hand, and pretty sure that they are scheduled on a quarterly basis. And they do tend to, they do happen on the months that we've identified. If there's specific ones missing, then we have to double check to see exactly if there was a reason why that meeting was cancelled.
Okay. Well, the thing that happens if you don't provide comprehensive responses, it just delays matters, and if you just drip feed information that's not complete, it also delays matters. So, can you go back and see, to tally up what's been sent? Have you actually looked at what was sent through?
Yes.
Yeah. So did you not see, well, this isn't complete, or?
We're only compiling what there may have been someone missing, which we thought may have been meetings that we didn't actually have the version of meetings.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can you just tally them up there? I mean, a number of them are marked draft. I'm assuming, is that because when it then goes to the meeting, the minutes get agreed and then they're no longer draft? Okay. So if you can find out, it's only because on 2 in particular, it refers to previous minutes. That's on the 27th of January 2022 and 14th of July 2022. Those minutes, there must be in existence because they're referred to within these ones, but they're not there.
Yeah.
So we'll have to again park that, I'm afraid, and come back to it. That's another session.
Yeah, I can see that. So there's reference to the 28th of October, for example, that meeting, and I don't think those minutes are there.
So we're not finished with that, is the answer there. Any other housekeeping matters we need to raise on before we discuss matter 2? So what I will do is get you to, as this morning, introduce who will be speaking on behalf of the council in terms of matter 2, which is the vision, spatial strategy, including strategic policies, and then the representative. Mr. Evans, did you manage to look at that appeal decision? You content that I think it was matter 4.
Yeah, I had a look at it. It's regarding a specific planning appeal which has recently been determined by the inspectorate. I'm going to read it in detail, and if it comes up under matter 4, I'll have a proper answer for you. But I'm happy for it to come.
It can go in. Okay, could you, in that case, send it to?
Do you want me to give you a written answer by it, Mark?
No, the question was just, are you content for it to go into the examination library? Because it's difficult for me to look at extracts of a decision when I don't have the full picture, but we can't really go searching for things ourselves. So if you're content for me to look at the full decision, then
I'll email the decision.
If you can email it, and then Louise will add it to the, if you could add it to the matter 4 library, that would be great, thank you. So any other housekeeping matters the council need to raise?
No, we are in the process of updating the IIA and the errata note. That's being done now.
Okay, in which case then could the council introduce who will be speaking this afternoon, please?
Yes, Mum, it's going to be Mr. Hughes, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Ball, Gavin Ball, who's there on the end.
Thank you, Mum. Howell James for Nexus Planning, representing Taylor Wimpey.
Okay, so again, same format as this morning. So I'll be using the MIQ responses in terms of the referencing, in terms of the council's responses. I know that some concerns have been raised regarding the time period of the 15 years. I wasn't going to particularly revisit that on the basis of the council's reply, and I've seen what others have said about it. So unless you want to add anything, no. Okay. And similarly on the we'll come back to the conformity with the London plan, but let's start at 3.3. So is the plan clear which are the strategic policies and non-strategic policies of the plan? So if you can talk me through your response at 3.3.1, please.
Yep, so we've provided a table that sets out which are the strategic policies in the plan and which are the non-strategic policies in the plan. So there are 11 chapters. Each chapter for the thematic areas have an overarching strategic policy and then a number of non-strategic policies sitting underneath them. So that's 9 strategic policies, plus the spatial strategy, plus the site allocations, which, because they allocate development, should be considered strategic policies. So in total, that adds up to 11 strategic policies, 54 non-strategic policies and 41 site allocations.
And have you set out within the plan which are the strategic and non-strategic?
I think it could be clearer in 0.0.30 that the site allocations are strategic. The thematic chapters have a strategic policy at the front of them, followed by non-strategic policies.
Okay, so what? Well, we'll come on to whether the site allocations are strategic or non-strategic policies, but so potentially a modification there in terms of 0.0.30. Is that what you're saying?
For clarity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that GR12 is a strategic policy, is that right?
No, that's a non-strategic
That's a
policy.
non-strategic policies, yeah.
So that, the way that interfaces is it's helping to implement the site allocations. So it shows the types of things that a site allocation may need to consider.
And bearing in mind what the framework says about strategic and non-strategic policies, particularly in relation to site allocations, why in Harrow are site allocations strategic policies?
They allocate the growth in the plan.
Yeah, I know what they do, but you're aware what the framework says in terms of what non-strategic policies can include. I think it's paragraph 20. Sorry, 28, I think it is.
Okay, so it can include allocating sites.
So what's the thinking behind Harrow's approach?
Well, so the thinking behind the approach is for the thematic areas, it's strategic policy followed by non-strategic policies. And then the site allocations, well, I've always considered site allocations to be strategic policies in that they allocate growth, which is under 22. Framework.
Sorry?
Well, so the site allocations are necessary to address the strategic priorities of the area and that they deliver the growth that meets the need.
Yeah.
So that's why we have called them strategic policies here. I can accept that site allocations could be considered non-strategic policies as well.
Okay. So well, on the basis of what the framework says, what do you think is? Do you think that the council are correct in that?
Well, I think it's ambiguous to some extent. I mean, the strategic policies, paragraph 23, arguably does include allocating, and 28 that we looked at says this can include allocating. So I suppose it does appear to be a judgment that could go either way. In this case, the council considers that the allocations cover the strategic priorities, and that's why they've cast them as strategic policies. I don't think the council would go to the wall on it if you took a different view, but I think the framework does allow for that that approach.
Okay.
I think it's 23 in particular, which talks about under the topic of strategic policies.
Just remind me the page number of GR12.
GR12 is page 80 on the hard copy.
80.
Yeah.
I suppose the difficulty is that you have GR12, which you're saying is a non-strategic policy, setting the framework for your site allocations identified at Chapter 11.
Yeah.
It says the council will work with stakeholders to bring forward the site allocations identified in this plan. And you're saying that's a non-strategic policy, and then that's setting the framework, if you like, for your strategic policies, which then follow.
Yeah.
Which doesn't quite make sense, I don't
They
think.
don't match. That doesn't match. Yeah.
I don't think that's what GR12 is supposed to be doing. I see in some plans that a GR12 policy will be a strategic policy that says we have these site allocations, they are up to a certain amount of development.
Yeah.
I would read this as the site allocations deliver the spatial strategy, and SPO3 and the relevant employment and infrastructure policies in terms of delivering the outputs set out in those strategic policies.
Yeah, so sorry, what's GR12 doing then?
GR12 is just offering additional information with regards how site allocations should be delivered. So it's saying this is how we will implement site allocation.
Yeah. But you can't have a non-strategic policy telling your strategic policies how they're going to be implemented, can you?
I read it the other way around, in that you look at the site allocation and then how is that delivered is offered by GR12. So GR12 can apply to any site allocation. The site allocations actually include the principles of development.
I'm wondering, well, we'll come on to, I'm wondering whether it's the title of GR12 that's not correct then.
I mean, yes, I can see how, like in calling the policy GR12 site allocations would suggest that it is a strategic policy that controls all of the site allocations or introduces all of the site allocations. It doesn't do that, though.
It doesn't do
as
that,
a
okay.
policy. It does other things. It says that when we're dealing with planning permissions, planning applications on the site allocations, these are some of the things that should be considered. Or these are some of the things that might come up.
Okay.
So it could be, yeah, change the title to the implementation of site allocations or something else.
I think dependent upon what view I form in terms of whether your site allocations are strategic or non-strategic, then that might clarify what GR12 is. But it could be to do with the naming of that policy. And then you say that the spatial strategy, chapter 1, is a strategic policy. Is that right?
Yes. So I've been thinking about that over the last few days.
Do you mind just speaking up slightly? I'm struggling a little bit to hear you.
Yes.
You've been thinking about that, that's good. What have you thought?
You know, is a spatial strategy a strategic policy? It does allocate development across the borough, and therefore it does the things that a strategic policy should do.
Yeah.
It's in a policy box, so it looks like and sounds like a strategic policy, so therefore it is a strategic policy. Although it has a special place in that it's setting out the strategy for the whole of the plan. Yes is the answer, I think.
Yes, it's a what, sorry?
Yes, it's a strategic policy.
Okay. Are spatial strategies normally strategic policies? Or do they... The way I read that was that so this part of the plan is your spatial vision, your objectives and the strategy. It might have been to do with the fact they didn't have a policy number, but I hadn't read that as a strategic policy. But you're saying that that's the strategic policy that's setting the level of growth, are you?
It sets out the distribution and level of growth, which is then built on by all of the rest of the strategic policies. So it says how much growth is going to go to the opportunity area, the types of infrastructure that we expect to see, the principles of the plan are set out in the strategic strategy. Sorry, the spatial strategy.
Do you think reading what's in the box at 25, 26 and 27, do you think that that text does what it says at 1.1.8? Because as I'm reading them, some of them do, but some of them are more statements. It seems to jump around quite a lot, and I didn't find it didn't seem to be particularly logical in terms of how it was written. Yeah.
Quickly, Mum, just to help, I mean, from an applicant's point of view, the policy needs to be clear in terms of what needs to be done to comply with it. I think when you read the spatial strategy, it's not clear how a development would comply with various requirements, such as state. Sorry, the last part. So Harrow maintain this increase in market share in retail expenditure to secure the vitality and viability of the borough. I'm not quite sure how a development should be assessed against that requirement. So I think if that's helpful in terms of whether it's a policy or not to start with, is probably the first question. And then the second question is it a strategic policy or not? I think firstly, I think the council needs to identify whether it's a policy.
I think they're saying it is a strategic policy.
Yeah, I think that's something they may need to consider.
Is there any reason why you didn't give this a number to start with? Was it always envisaged to be a strategic policy?
If I may come in on that, Ma'am. I don't think a spatial strategy is a strategic policy and was never intended to, otherwise it would be addressed as a strategic policy. So I think the spatial strategy sets out, and the vision and objectives sets out the context which then the strategic policies seek to deliver. And I think we are going, if that's how you were perceiving it as well, then I agree with that.
But that would be what I would say is more of a common approach, but I'm trying to bottom out why you're saying that's a strategic policy.
No, I don't think it is. It's a strategy and a vision and objectives, which the rest all flow from.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not a strategic policy, but in terms of the wording of that, what appears on pages 25 to 27. I think what would be helpful is if the council could revisit how that is ordered in relation to your strategic objectives and your spatial vision. For example, there are 4 separate sections here, or let's say 4.5 almost, about vitality and viability of town centres and shopping parades. And if that is a spatial strategy for the borough as a whole, I'm sure you could reword that into something that's more effective and positively prepared. So that's what I would suggest that you do, is you revisit that wording and, as I say, look back at what you've set out in terms of the vision and the strategic objectives. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's going to be your strategy policy, your spatial strategy standalone, and then the map and follows on page 28. There's the key on there. How have you selected what you've included there?
So yeah, it essentially seeks to reflect the key elements flagged up in the spatial strategy itself, and sort of overarching sort of framework that forms the borough. So it sort of picks up, obviously the green space and those sort of things, and sort of some of the key sort of designations and that sort of thing, such as the opportunity area. So it's really just sets a sort of broad framework in terms of overarching sort of mix of uses, town centres, open space, and that sort of thing. So it's really just, and obviously the key sort of transport aspects as well.
Okay, and then moving on to 3.4, and again, this will probably, you'll probably address this through the reworking of that text, but I think that needs to be slightly clearer in terms of this 1,000 additional jobs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So you'll look to address that as well. Conformity with the London plan. We've obviously got the representations from the GLA in that regard. Mr. James, did you have some points to raise on that?
Not massively beyond the statement I've sent. I think the context of the London plan is key in terms of where it's at, in terms of its stage from adoption and the direction of travel that the London plan is going in. I think we've identified when the London plan was adopted, there were a number of faults identified with it. Mm-hmm. It was allowed to be adopted. That was over 4 years ago now, and that plan will be out of date in March of next year. So I don't think we raise any issues in relation to the conformity of the plan with the London plan, but I think it's important to understand what is this plan seeking to do. It's obviously got to comply with the NPPF as well as just the London plan. I think, for example, when the London plan was adopted, it was identified that it wasn't going to deliver the level of level of housing, full stop, the level of family housing to prevent families from leaving London. And we provided those quotes within our examination statement of reference, so I won't read those out again. I think this probably ties more into the housing numbers session, Mum, in terms of how we set this out, but I think that's just our general point. That context is important.
Okay. Do you have any comments to make on that?
Well, there's nothing really to say beyond what we've said, and we're required to be in general conformity with the extant adopted London plan. Plans are always changing, and there will be a review of the London plan in due course. There'll be a review of this plan in due course. For current purposes, assessed against the provisions that you're assessing this plan against, we are in conformity, and properly so.
Okay. Then I think we'll move on to spatial distribution of development, so 3.5 is the distribution of development based on relevant and up-to-date evidence. The reference there to at 3.4.3 to glossary 3, is that from the London plan, or where is that from?
Sorry, ma'am, that's referring to the London plan, glossary 3.
The London plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and then you've outlined the a summary of the key references within the evidence base there, and the key diagram at 3.5 we've already covered. So then we're on to 3.6, which is the appendix 5 of the plan. Can you just remind me of the page number for that?
408.
Oh, 408, yeah, right, okay. And again, I think that's just an issue of the wording used in terms of the Harrow site allocations and the Harrow and Wilston Area Action Plan. So I would suggest that the reference to any designations continue is deleted, because assuming that this plan is adopted, that wouldn't be...
They would be superseded.
Yeah. So you need to make a note of that one as an action as well. Okay, any other comments on the vision or the spatial strategy? Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't want to disturb, I know you were countering through this. Can we just go back to 3.4
Yep.
for a second in terms of spatial distribution?
Mm-hmm.
I won't get into the overall housing numbers point today, I know that's going to come up on Thursday. But just in terms of the need and type of need within Harrow and how that needs to be reflected.
Yeah.
So paragraph 60 of the MPPF, so the 2023 version, talks about boosting the supply of new homes. It also talks about delivering a sufficient amount of variety of land to come forward where it is needed, and then also references an appropriate mix of housing types for local communities.
Mm-hmm.
And then paragraph 63 in turn reads on to say, within this context of establishing need, the size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community should be assessed and reflected in planning policies. So that is a key requirement for this plan, and I think the spatial distribution and development, it ties quite closely in with the sites identified for development within the plan. So in terms of the evidence that supports this plan in terms of need, there's the 2024 Local Housing Needs Assessment, which is document EBHO2. So figures 4 and 5 of that document, I think we have referred to them in representations and statements, outline the type of housing needed within the London Borough of Harrow by size.
Yep.
And it's based on two different scenarios. So figure 4 looks at a scenario of delivering 24,000 homes per year based on the reasonable alternative we talked about this morning. And then figure 5 looks at a meeting a figure of 16,000 homes per year. And in both scenarios, the level of 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings needed dwarf the level of 1 and 2 bed properties.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the spatial strategy is very much geared around high-density development of brownfield sites, where, as we've set out in our representations and statements, there are significant challenges in terms of delivering family housing at all. And I think we've also set out some information in our Chapter 11 representations, in terms of what densities the council would need to deliver on those sites to get to them. So please tell me to stop if I'm getting into too much detail. But essentially, the spatial strategy is set out based on the allocations is not going to deliver anywhere near the level of family housing identified to be needed by the evidence that supports the plan. So in terms of spatial distribution, it isn't consistent with the MPPF, which has to be read as a whole on the basis of what it is delivering, and particular reference to paragraph 60 and 63. So I just wanted to make that point quickly in terms of
So
distribution.
what change are you seeking then?
I think there needs to be a significant revamp of the spatial strategy to consider how they can meet the type of housing need identified by the evidence of the plan, particularly the 3 and 4 bedroom properties. Because as things stand, a focus solely on brownfield sites isn't going to achieve that.
the council like to respond on that?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. In terms of that, I mean, certainly, you know, from our perspective, the spatial strategy reflects the context in which it's prepared. So obviously it reflects policies in relation
Sorry,
to...
could you just speak up slightly? I'm struggling to hear.
So, yeah, so it just basically reflects what the MPPF says in terms of brownfield first, and certainly what the London plan says in terms of, again, sort of brownfield first, and also protection of greenbelt and that sort of thing. So spatially, it is very much a plan that is focused on, you know, development within the established urban area, and then without going too much detail in terms of subsequent matters, but then obviously it sets out policies that seek to provide that family housing within the urban fabric, therefore meeting the requirements of the MPPF in terms of meeting housing need and the type of housing need, but then also balancing that with you know, policies and MPPF in terms of greenbelt and also what the London plan says. So it also then reflects the fact that we've got, you know, an opportunity area, and that's a focus of growth, but also there's other opportunities throughout the urban area in terms of general sort of small site development as well. So it just basically provides a range of sites within the urban area, but still follows the brownfield first approach as such. So it's really guided the actual spatial strategy as how things are laid out across the borough.
When you're setting the context for there's this borough profile section, which starts at page 14. To what extent has the headline figures from there, if you like, been taken into account in terms of the wording of this spatial strategy?
Essentially, there are elements within the spatial strategy itself that makes references to. I'll just go through it. So essentially, I mean, it picks up elements in terms of it picks up the types of housing and issues in relation to infrastructure, for example. So again, clean up car ownership and travelling to work, and then there's promotion of...
So types of housing, did you say?
Sorry, in terms of infrastructure, I just mentioned the types of infrastructure.
Oh, infrastructure, sorry.
Yeah. And then obviously, you know, it picks up elements in terms of employment as well. So it kind of provides the spatial strategy to how that would respond to those certain elements. It doesn't necessarily pick up every single element, but it's all about responding to elements such as housing, such as transport and tenure and those sort of elements as well.
When you do the exercise of tidying wording of this up to make it more effective, could you include that exercise to look back at what's been said previously within that chapter in terms of the overall context and setting your strategic objectives? Yeah. Mr. James.
Sorry, Mum. Just to respond to a point Mr. Hughes made earlier. So I acknowledge the London Plan and the MPPF talk about brownfield first, but they don't say brownfield only, which seems to be the approach of this plan. They also don't prevent development within the Greenbelt or the redrawing of Greenbelt boundaries. So both the London Plan and the MPPF allow, in exceptional circumstances, to review Greenbelt boundaries. I think that the need or delivering the type of housing that is needed to meet identified needs as per the council's own evidence would constitute an exceptional circumstance in itself before we get into the numbers. So I think rather than focusing purely on a figure, of 802 dwellings per annum, which is the London Plan housing target. The plan also needs to consider how its spatial strategy can conform with the requirements of the NPPF as a whole, particularly paragraph 1663.
Councillor like to respond on that?
No, just to reiterate the points that we've made in terms of, the exception is quite a high bar, and so therefore, we have sought to accommodate the family housing need within brownfield land and through strengthened policies in relation to the provision of family size housing within the policies. So it's not necessarily, that's basically what we've sought to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr Jones. Do you have anything?
Ma'am,
Sorry.
maybe just provide a bit of context regarding the Greenbelt.
Yeah.
And where we're heading on the Greenbelt.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm sure you're aware, the Mayor is currently reviewing the Metropolitan Greenbelt. A working party has been set up, led by consultants, to review the Metropolitan Greenbelt, the inner boundary of it. Harrow is a member of that working party, and I sit on the working party myself. Starting the work, which is looking at the review of the Metropolitan Greenbelt. This is something which I think is, for Harrow, it will be part of the next Harrow local plan, which will follow on quickly, provided this one is itself found sound and adopted. So the next London plan will set out, I believe, strategic changes to the Metropolitan Greenbelt, and we are part of the work that's being done around that. That's all, I say that as part of context, really, that we are not ignoring it, but it is not part of this local plan, which is carried out under the existing boundaries of the Greenbelt, which the Mayor has not proposed to change or review at any time.
Thank you. Mr Jones, do you have any additional points to raise on the vision and spatial strategy?
No, I'm happy, Mum.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. In which case, I won't ask the Council any additional points. I think that's that will conclude that session. So there's just the matter of the sustainability appraisal and the missing minutes to address.
The sustainability appraisal note has been completed, explaining what the changes are. That just has to be uploaded, I suppose. Yes. And
sorry, has it been sent to
has it been
Louise?
sent to Louise?
No, I'm just signing it off here. I'm reading
Okay.
the final changes, and it'll be sent in the next few
Okay, well,
minutes.
so can you allow sufficient time for her to be able to notify parties that are attending tomorrow that that's been updated?
Yeah. And then these minutes, I've just been through them and I can see that there are references to some minutes that aren't in here. So I will sit down with Mr. Hughes and get to the bottom of that and hopefully have an answer tomorrow. I mean, I think you have a sort of, you have a spectrum of minutes and you can see, I mean, they make sense. I can see that when I've looked at them more closely now and you can sort of make sense and you can see the story, but they're not, as you say, complete. So what we'll do is, well, I'll find out where they are.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're going to materially change your work other than you don't have the full picture, but I will get to the bottom of that.
It's not reflective of what you've said in your MOQ
I understand
response.
that. Yeah,
that's
completely
the
understand that.
problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
completely understand that. But I was just looking at the substance of it, and I mean, you can follow what's happened here.
Yeah.
But I will have an answer. I'm not sure what time is now. But it's only 2:45, so there's, the day is young, and I will sit down with Mr. Hughes and find out where those other minutes are that are referred to.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. And then Mr. James will keep you notified in terms of when that additional session might slot in. We might have to start slightly earlier one day. I don't know how that fits. In terms of timings, what time would you have a preference for tomorrow morning?
Anyone have a preference?
No. Be here for the start then.
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
I think 10 o'clock now.
Okay. Anything else to raise, Louise? No. Okay, so do you want to just run through what the actions points are from this afternoon then?
You've got those. Okay, by the way, read them out, yes.
Okay, so...
Microphone. Do you want to kind of sit?
Clear enough. Right, yeah. These are the morning ones. Right, so, Mum, we've got, I'm not going over the morning ones. Paragraph 3.3, in terms of wording, looking at pages 25 to 27, looking at reordering the spatial vision and the wording there.
I think it's slightly more than reordering.
Yeah.
It's...
Separate sections about viability of town centres, spatial strategy as a whole, turn the wording into something more effective.
Yeah.
And look at what we've set out in terms of the strategic objectives and the vision.
Yes, yeah.
3.4, we need to make the additional 1,000 jobs issue clearer. Then 3.6 is the wording there in relation to Harrow and Wealdstone. Reference to any dedication is continued is deleted because assuming the plan's adopted, they would have been superseded. So make those changes.
That's Appendix 5, yeah.
That's all we've got here on this note.
I think there was the 3.0.10, is that right? Sorry, 0.0.30. 0.030. Structure of the plan, 10, page 10. There was a small amendment there, wasn't there? Yeah. So whether you include your table in there or whether you stick with the text, I'll leave you to come up with an appropriate solution for that.
Okay.
And then I will come back to you as to whether the site allocations are strategic policies or not. And I think once we come to, we might be able to just work around a title change or something on GR 12, to try and sort the issue there.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay, so that concludes the discussion for today then. So we'll be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when we will look at plan viability, the SA, HRA and the approach to site selection and the IDP. Okay, so thank you for your contributions today. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.